these fights out. They really like to make these games go really long. And speaking of games, we're right into it here with game number 7 coming through. The observer showing us a nice little llama over here by the Zate Hill, and I'm just excited to see where these first contestants are going. And Sundown, Sweaty Sands, someone talked a big game, but eventually they left it uncontested.
They huffed and they puffed and they went somewhere else. But speaking of going somewhere else, we saw an adaptation late yesterday where 4DR Storm and his team said, nah, we're going back to the stacks. That's what we know best. Dylan, Quinn, and Juicy weren't ready for it, and it looks like you can see at top right-hand side, we got that fight going down, but also over at the Dirty Docks, which was continually contested, we already had a knock. You can see that represented by the X, but we're going to swing on over to our current leaders. It's Extra Snacky, Kenshi, TSG, Favs landing over here at Risky Reels, which is just such a strong drop spot this season.
All the mechanical parts and all that metal that you're going to be able to have, just astronomically more here, I think, than anywhere else other than maybe compact cars over by Dirty Docks. And the priority on zone here is what makes it so valuable. When you talked about the 40R moving over, and they continue that. That last game for them was so dominant. They completely eliminated Quinn, Juicy, and Dylan so fast. It was unheard of. We haven't seen it before, and they're looking to do it again.
Well, they've been conditioned to the fact that they were uncontested, right? Nobody else was here, so they're taking these really spread out drops. But when Steamy Stacks is traditionally contested, you'll either see this little bit of a north-south split between the two silos, or sometimes an east-west split, which is a little less desirable if one team's really able to kind of claim that coastline. There's significantly more loot over there. But right now you can see Dylan trying to get up on the high ground and pressure onto Adam right away. And I do want to note, I did end up predicting Quinn, Juicy, and Dylan. They were one of the teams who ended up coming through. They had a very poor performance yesterday, had a tough time kind of getting off spawn and getting into the matches. And I would just say, like we talked about in the pre-show, doing the same thing and sticking with it, definition of insanity, etc., all of that. I'm looking more so today to see what Riverson and Co end up doing in terms of my own personal predictions, storylines. If Quinn and Co make themselves relevant, awesome. Do I expect that to be the case given what happened yesterday and the fact that in match number 6, they got absolutely shellacked over here at the stacks? I'm not sure they're coming in with a ton of confidence.
I think it's a little different now that they know they're going to be contested. They can plan around that, and Quinn definitely, I think, has set that up, knowing how smart he is and knowing the IGL role that he plays. Definitely can play around that, and any tags that they've got is already more going over than what they got yesterday. And this is, I actually like a lot. They're immediately disengaging. They know these houses have bunker chests. They know the storm trucks over here as well. And I like this from them because now if they can get ahead of everyone, they can hold this trio on rotation as they're coming out of the stack.
Yeah, but that's one of the problems when you're rotating away from the eastern side of the map and what made the Kami split that everyone talks about so popular. There's always a team who's hawking that interior line and immediately hitting those houses. But speaking of immediately hitting the houses, going over to Misty Meadows, a place that was wide open yesterday for Chris Wheat and Falconer, but now a little bit of adversity. And speaking of adversity, Chris losing all of his shields, all of his white HP instantly. He's down, he's out. Falconer, who was the unexpected carry yesterday, really putting the trio on his back in terms of Elam, also going to be down. It's all going to be on Ritu. While great wall-to-wall, box-to-box, only has 2 bills, back-to-back 100+ tags, though. It's going to check this advance for a second, and I don't think there's a ton of excess shields here, so if Reed can isolate enough, he's so good. Hop getting bopped right there, but will it be enough to allow him back in the match? Good, Reed hitting. No. Back. We saw 1v3 yesterday from Shifu. We didn't expect it, but it's a little more fantastic when you see it out of one of the best in the West. And on top of that, he did it into 3 people who were full shields, full HP, and had legendary weaponry, a legendary pump, plus a legendary SMG that early in the game is so brutal. But now, I'm not sure if he's aware that there's another trio here. He's going to get the 3 Elims, but he's going to get a nice little surprise as there's a second ambush coming in the meadows. You've heard of the first ambush. Well, here's the second one.
He does have the legendary pump this time, can make a play happen, and Skadoo says, get out of here. We're not gonna let you clip us again. Imagine what that would have been like. I think everyone would have freaked out, us included. I don't know a better start to an FNCS day number 2 than that right there. Still, phenomenal performance by Reed to try to put the team on his back get those eliminations and go for that reboot. Moving over, we get to see the early rotation once again from Arkham, Epic Whale, and Rex. This is the adaptation they made from the previous season until now. They made it in that second day as well. Is they decided, you know what, we're spending too long here. We're going down to Surge. We need to find Storm Surge. A quick stat for everyone, Rex's trio has at least one elimination in their last 30 FNCS finals games. That is ridiculous.
That's really good. If you think about it just from a consistency factor, that's not getting wiped off spawn pretty much ever. That's always at least taking one person with you. It also just goes to show how long they've been around, how long they've been competing as a trio and as a group. They play so often together and now doing a really good job, just kind of some of these drive-by tags here, finding damage and trading out, doing a good job of making sure they're getting lines and taking a beat, and now rotating back behind him. Generally, when you're rotating opposite another car like this, the last thing you want is to end up in a straight line with fire coming towards you. But as I say that, J Roses and Co. just light up Rex. He loses the entirety of his HP bar, and they're going to have to dig deep in the utility there. Luckily for them, they got plenty of it.
They're not going to just let him go without a little bit of a re-engagement there. They're looking for those tags. Arkham will hit one. Epic Whale and Rex seemingly have to deal with the Raptors on the backside, so they do take a little bit more damage than they'd like to, but you pointed out they have a great amount, and that's what having an uncontested POI will allow you to do, have ridiculous amounts of loot. J-Roses and Trashy want to get some more tags on them rotating through, want that damage as well. Everyone is fighting for that Storm Surge. It doesn't matter if they see you rotating through and they're like, I know that outfit, they're going to shoot at you. They need that Surge, and that's the best way to find it. But I saw a rare makeshift in their inventory. I really hope they're able to get enough mechanical parts to upgrade that.
Yeah, and that's one thing when you are leaving Sweaty Sands completely uncontested, because they respect so much the lobbies in space, there isn't anybody really near you. So you need to get going, you need to get moving. You've seen repeatedly, that's why they're getting in these cars, prioritizing the chonkers right away, and going to try and find fights, heading towards the zone. But that means you don't necessarily always have time to loot all the way up. So that's why you're seeing they're rotating through, making sure they min-max on the gas, and then when they're leaving, they're making sure they break the cars. But for a second time, they get feeds on them from multiple angles, and Rex is just twice in less than 2 minutes. He's gonna be forced pop 2 minis and a big. Again, we talked about it, tons of utility from there, but it seems like Vert, J Roses, and Trashies have a beat on him. That's the same team as before, who was able to get a little bit of harassment down. So we're gonna swing on over. That was the third place team who we're keeping an eye on. Now it's the fourth place team, Godku Cut and Fikoi, been landing up towards this weather station / caddy and really push pretty much everyone else away.
We fought this every single time, and that is something Arkham and company have struggled with the entire time. Is they make that early rotation, but they always end up losing that shield. But a quick stab for everyone, bringing it back over to Godku and their trio. They had at least 20 points in every game in day number 1. That is super consistent, and you're gonna need that. They're gonna need a little bit more. Again, being in 4th place, being behind, they're not that far off pace, but they really need to keep pushing that.
That's nuts, but it's also something that I kind of want to highlight because it puts them in danger, as we talked about with the teams who rely on consistency every single game. Yes, it's going to get there. Somebody's going to be consistent over the course of all 12. But one single bad game, and all of a sudden, you're not in that top 5 anymore. You're not in that top 3, and it's going to require a really large performance to end up catching and getting that Axe of Champions. So, while that, also, just to note, that performance is absurd. Getting over 20 points in every single game is just nutty when you consider the first placement points don't come in until top 25. You can see right now, look at the top left corner of the screen, still 89 players on their feet. Only 3 trios have gone down. That's Falconer, Reet, and Chris, Batman, Boga, Wale, and Sake, and then Hyper, Pearl, and Cluxon, all out.
Seen this zone yesterday. Gakuka and Pikoi actually ended up giving up this positioning, and I want to see them keep it this zone around, especially with how it's pulling a little bit more towards Misty this time around. I think it'll continue to pull that way for a little bit, and so I like that they have this angle, and then they can choose to rotate down if they want to, because they're really good at getting that early surge. But if they've scared everyone away, they're not going to be able to find it. Like that's what Arkham Epic Whale and Rex are struggling with. We set that up yesterday. And so I'm very intrigued to see how they deal with it, because 0 eliminations, their tags, we'll see them here in a moment once that Storm Surge indicator pops up. But they're used to relying on those early games elims.
Yeah, and if you're wondering what we are talking about / watching us in Party Royale, not necessarily that used to competitive Fortnite, Storm Surge is something that ends up punishing the most passive players in the lobby. It ends up coming into play in zones 3, 5, and 7. Check in the bottom right-hand corner, we're currently in zone number 2. So we'll get a Storm Surge warning in a little bit. Boom, there it is. So you can see on the right-hand side, they are currently sitting 47 damage above. The brief update was right around, I think it was 138 or so. So teams will need at least 4 to 5 rifle tags, and if they're at max range, you're looking at closer to 7 or 8. Now, name a better duo than NA West and Zones pulling directly over these key bridges. As you can see, J Rose's trashy invert going to stake claim, and getting onto the bridge and getting priority position is so huge there, because being able to refarm those hard mats is so efficient in the late game. So now we'll swing on over. First place trio raining shots down on the second place trio there. They have a great line on that.
Kenshi actually, in the meantime on this rotation, did end up getting knocked to a bow. They were able to pick him up and still continue to put this pressure down. And I think they're going to keep that up. They seem very aggressive. They know they got a lot of damage off onto Caleb Tautai and Wheels. And in all honesty, if you're rotating behind a trio, we've talked about this many times before, this is what you need to do. You need to pressure them so they build for you, but don't stop. As soon as they stop, that's when you're going to have an issue. Caleb Tautai and Wheels have set up right on the edge of zone, though, and look at immediately how many hard mats Fast Snacky and Kenshi had to use immediately over to that metal, and that investment is gonna hurt them.
This rotation is so tough if you're on the northwestern side, because that island is just inside the zone, and you currently have the second place team who's just posted up there. They don't have to invest a ton of mats because they can sit inside that house and just refarm it. And when we talk about that, that means breaking down the walls and then replacing them. It means you're hyper efficient on the mats. And now these two teams both on the edge of zone, you can see investing the hard mats, going out as Clay talked about, but about facing, because 1, 2, 3, was that 4, maybe 5 different trios all stuck out in the zone. Keep an eye on the bottom right hand corner, because they're all going to have to run into just this absolute buzzsaw. That's the first and second place trios right now in NA West, and just look at the damage, look at the investment having to come through. Jaruto gets put down right away. Carnage is jumping into the carnage, trying to mermaid his way down, but he's going to get shot like a fish out of water. Aiden trying to sneak away, but he gets cleaned up in a great line. You can see GG Easy and Benor, Spidey and Co. actually being pressured by Storm Surge. You have Dylan, Juicy, and Quinn coming from a real odd angle, so they rotated away from the north. However, they are going to be able to pick up some elims, and they're just going to wait a second, because rotating in here is very scary, as they will stick a revive. So currently only 2 members up, and getting in is going to be tough, as Snacky, Faz, and Kenshi are paying attention. They know they're there. We'll swing over. Mojo Solution, Jagveer, Shifu, Adept X, and Co. just on the opposite side of them. They're rotating away from the eastern, or the northern side of the map, excuse me, as they come out of Lazy Lake.
They were also stealing all that loot away as well. Quinn and company really needed that, and they were like, oh wait, hold on, we needed a little bit more. So that makes it even more difficult. But you saw 500 and 400 damage above Surge, and we've seen that's not enough. It used to be enough, but everyone is being a lot more aggressive for those tags. You have to keep up with it. If you go and get 500 damage this zone and you don't hit a single tag after that, you are going to be in a big issue. But look at 40R, look at Cause, look at Adam, look at the completely different rotation from Quinn and company. That priority on their rotation coming out of the same POI being prioritized a little bit more by 40R.
And Mojo doing his best Intel impersonation, or at least the person who was shooting arrows at him, because you saw those little trails just go right over his head multiple times as he swam across it. And oh boy, look at the zone. We talked about it, not quite directly over that bridge, but we're going straight over to Old Man Mountain to kick it off in NA West. The changes in verticality are going to make high ground such a huge priority. You can see Fast Snack is going to be pressured a little bit, and he's currently bringing up the rear there. Jagger and Solution a little bit ahead, but Mojo is separated. You can see how everyone just wants to get some form of positioning, because this zone is going to be brutal play.
And we saw this zone almost, exactly yesterday. And we saw the way it ended up shaping out, going right up to Mount Bay, and again, was brutal. We saw the same I think even the last game, players had to fight this exact zone. And look at Rex, Arkham, and Epic Well. They've got a legendary Finko looking for the third.
So what happened yesterday in this exact situation, the zone continued pulling down towards the south, almost in the Camp Cod area. That was when Riverson, Libby, and they ended up getting control pretty much entirely on the western side, and then it pulled up towards that high mountain. So what we're going to be paying attention to, you can see in 5 seconds, all those trios are cramping around the outside of the circle. We'll have one more interior zone, which should be pulling both straight south, right over towards the edge of that Camp Cod area, and the priority is going to be on those orange triangles that are right next to Rex, Arkham, and Epic Whale. They're the ones who have the natural high ground. There's not going to be a ton of space, as we saw all the teams on the northern rotation just getting obliterated trying to make it down the side of the mountain. Rich Hobie pointed it in. I think they got that first round of placement points being dumped out right there. That's tough.
Very hard for Jackie Kinsey and Baz as well. Everyone kind of got a line of everyone to the right side as well. They're able to find some bit of reprieve. These a lot of because they got those eliminations on the Spin and Tuesday. They can please take those matchups. They should be good. Mateo Salamos are also trying to do that as well. Rotation. This is going to be an interesting one. It reminds me they are in first place. They've got a late rotation coming on through. Have a late rotate. You got that pressure on you to make it. Everyone's looking at it. And you know that. Look at how many hard mats they're using.
Yeah, they're investing in hard mats. I think if they got this, they quicker, they could have seen the line of sight and just divert a little bit of attention. But now we're going to hop on board on catching a ton of attention. He can use the diversion right now. He's so much damage. Out of the field, almost on a white able to take a second to pop 2 minutes and stick right from the side. You can see Stormsurge is going to rear his head. We'll see if that updates or if they are just below close. So we know 179 is the farthest team from there. They currently need 81, 82. That number is on feeling time is not looking for tax. And right now you can see that rotation being forced in. But the two trios we talked about, right on the inside of that island line, as well as some of the other trios, are pressuring everyone. And unfortunately, we've got so many hard matches. With the change in verticality here, are going to make these moving zones tough. Even the half and half out in 30 seconds. And that's going to determine a lot of who has high ground control for the game 7 entity.
Wavy Jacob even the speed, getting some eliminations, and Riverside going to take a big team at an awkward angle from up above. That is going to cost them with no more shields in the inventory. Only as the men get still below 30 as well. Everyone's got to be one of them as well. They just have the hot wheel box. They cannot look for those long range attacks anymore. They're going to have to get creative here because the 153 below, and that's it. Stormsurge is going to activate, and once again, we are going to Camp Cod. We are pulling off the mountain, and a repeat is shown of yesterday. This is going to be interesting to see who holds the high ground.
There's one thing that's different here. There's no natural high ground in this race. There's just the one zone that's like the benchmark out. Riverside and Co, they're going to go down the Stormsurge. They have no way of getting aggressive. They're going to burn through all their utility, but it's not going to matter unless they make a massive play here. They're going to end up falling to this because they don't have the ability to get aggro. They're still 58 damage. Well, you have to find something. And if you miss the shot, doesn't wait for the first shot accuracy. The blue betrays him, and he whips everything. So uncharacteristic. A massive mistake coming out from Riverside right when he needed it, and they're just barely going to get above. Just literally finding key tags. Not quite out yet. They'll get some more there. Version on the car road, but a late rotate is going to be the key. You see, our first place trio down at the bottom facing a little bit of pressure. A Snack is going to find a solution. That might be the solution to the pressure. And they've now find 4 eliminations, and they've got a lead, but they're doing a water rotation. And so it's basically half the lobby. The target trade on the low ground. Everyone lined up and starts spraying bullets there into the box. Hip to hip, and they keep going.
This is bad. I don't like it, but then look how low Snacky is going down to 10 HP. Has to get out of there. They're trying to weave their way on through fast, making the big cut. No, Snacky is going to fall. They're able to get it in that water rotation. Like you said, everybody and their dog was making the rotation. They were trying to get in, and they get in barely, but they lose the player because of a Presido able to survive, able to get in. 20 HP, has to try to find something. Does have 16 match. Can make a play. Epic Well in the meantime finding elimination. Wonder what Caleb's outside and will be doing as well.
We'll have our next set of placement points coming in soon. Keeping an eye on that top left corner. We just got it. Both Buckley for everyone. So let's see how that happens. But he has to be careful. Oh no! Hot, hot, hot. switch sides. Look, he built plenty of hard smash in the zone as long as he's able to just end up going up. Oh, arm goes down at the hands of Wavy Jacob. There's a huge knock coming through. As long as that ends up staying on his feet, will continue getting points into the cascade placement points right now. You can see Birdie though just going to continue raining shots from above. Already on 5 eliminations, so it'll be up to Epic Will and Arch to the bottom left fast. Still on his feet. He'll go down there. First place are dropping second, third. Will have a chance to overtake as we hop on board the Rex.
Caleb, wheels operating, getting eliminations there. Rex and Epic Will trying to drop players on down, running out of options, running out of maps. Only 13 builds remaining for Rex. Does have that Epic Will, can get into faces. This is where Rex operates so well. He fights so beautifully in this moment, but he has to be sure that he doesn't get too greedy. Box player pitch gonna come through. No, shot's not gonna connect. Where are Wheels and company? Right there in the middle of it all. They're trying to make something happen there. Rex and Epic Will trying to get up as well. Midi, Baka, and Birdie making a play there as well. Rex is gonna get 1, 2. Not gonna be able to get 3. They're gonna fall. Caleb and Wheels in the meantime will fall. So not a lot of shakeup going to happen at the top of the leaderboard. But Midi, Baka, and Birdie are trying to pick up this victory royale to come in. They were in 7th place going into this game. It's a 3v3v3. That's Epic Will falling down. Look at all the maps. It's continuing to pull away from them though. This is not a guarantee win. They can keep pulling away, making way. They can do it. Dog is there as well. Not even solo.
3v3v1, making Pluto and Wavy Jacob on the low ground. Midi dropping down his mount, trying to make sure that they have a charge above them. They're operating on basically with a half player on the low ground, which makes it extremely hard. Makata's immediately cutting them off. You saw him go to the side, he can ramp them off. Bernie, who has a speed and enough medium bullets to last out the rest of the game. He can just pull down the right trigger or the left click on the mouse, whatever his fire button is. He's just going to continue spraying. Nani gets cleaned up by making. He'll take the 2 points, plus the placements for second, and we have a 3v3 with pulling over the OG. High ground control. It's going to stay with Bernie, Makata, and Midi. They've already built over, and he found the fish in the barrel, and that's Wavy Jacob being shot right away. You see the aim outside, but he gets traded out as Makata fights off a little bit more than Pikachu in the front, and the pass to him. You're talking about fish in the barrel, Bernie tries to get dropped out, but the pre-fire, he answers the pressure back. That was Dog and his greatest shot to make it, trying to execute on the mess, get on the low ground right now. Bernie trying to fight it again, but that's Dog up on the backline. Great shot for Bernie, but he gets taken down. They lose the picture. It's going to be a straight up 1v1 going. Every point possible to continue pressuring up, trying to push into that top combination. They're doing a fantastic job here with 10 eliminations, with the high ground control, with the small fry, with the med kit. It's on Midi. No build on Dog. He just whacks him out, dipping back into the zone, trying to get an angle. He should just take out an AR and be able to finish it. So really well executed. High touch. Well done, Midi. That is exact composure and clutch we needed for this moment. Recognizing Dog without a badge, dipping back into the zone, using 2 small tries to make him hesitate, and then finishing it off. 11 eliminations and the victory royale.
Yeah, my heart could not take that right there. I thought it was gonna go over the Dog. I thought some miracle shot was gonna come through, but Midi had it planned out and it worked. It almost ended up going over to that low ground, but that definitely was taken up because that was 7th versus 11th right there. And with 6th, 5th, and 4th out, it's definitely gonna be Jayo, Kelly, and Pete to bring it down there.
Thank you guys so much for incredible as always. What a first game here. Like Clay did mention, that was 7th place coming into that after the first 2 games yesterday. So to have an incredible game like that, we're talking a 3-point game. They're very well knocking up for a top 3 coming out of that. That was wild. And you know, I really felt like they had this for like a while, right, Chad? They had the high ground, they had kind of everything working for them now.
Yeah, they held on to the top side at the same time. Finally, great to see Wavy Jacob in some 10 games. Too, right, Kelly? Every time you get big, there's a name on the second page. You're kind of feeling out for them. This time they finally pulled it through.
I mean, I feel like the drama for that game all like started from the beginning. Incredible 1v3 only get eliminated so early on. But with that incredible early game engagement, you can see that this is obviously not where they're going to be stopping. Reach Team is definitely going to be moving forward from there. They just should not be entering those multi-team engagements like they were doing as a 1v3 child.
Elite had a 1v3 and he won it up. And then another team comes through. You want this match like 1v6, 1v9. I understand it's a reach, but come on, it's one guy. Give him a break.
Give him a break, please. Guys, you know what's crazy about this game is like I feel like that top three wasn't here. This is a different subset of trios we're actually getting to watch. So I feel like we need to get a refresher from the top three.
Yeah, risky roll for 5-10 games, snappy rolling through. They also have a on the other side, fire on the map. You'll see things dropping in a little bit. Outside of it, making sure they have most of the loot routes. This game, specifically looking at their performance checks, they looked at the skill team. There's something earlier inside the end game. Yesterday, though, they were popping off. You know, they're very good when they finally get towards the end game with second places and finishing first. The consistency, though, you never see these guys coming in third or fifth or 10th, really. So really good end game or out early. So in that aspect, you really want to be careful rolling into day two and make sure you pop off.
Yeah, I mean, Kinsey Cat and Snappy, they didn't have the greatest game number 7, but now moving on to Caleb Wheels and Southside, we got to see them a little bit in the end game in game number 7. They reached 9th place, and more importantly, they were able to grab 5 eliminations, garnering them 10 points on top of the placement points that they got. But of course, when you look at this team, you have to look at their performance yesterday. They did grab their victory royale in game number 3 there, doing it pretty confidently, holding it from height. Of course, the name of the game here is holding height, and being able to grab those easy tags onto the low ground.
Yeah, if you hold height, you play as a team, and you make end games, even if it's a 10th or 9th place, you get so many eliminations. That might set them apart. Talk about a show that might set themselves apart with everyone else. Argrim, Rex, Epic Will, rolling in still uncontested. You just say on Steady Sand, doesn't matter what people are saying on Twitter, on socials, and at the end of the day, these guys go in and they're a powerhouse. In this game specifically, though, you're watching them come through top 8. You saw Rex go down, I believe Archie go down slightly earlier, so it had to be a little bit of a clutch situation. Didn't totally work out, but they're so consistent every time they make an end. They have the humans, they have the power, and they do usually theirs. Game 1 for this day, though, will go to top 5 wheels, and Caleb might not come out with the PR, but it's a consistent finish, 9th place, 5 humans, that makes up 216 points in the first place overall.
I mean, the top 5 teams are the teams that we talked about starting, so that we're thinking of grabbing first place after the end of the day here. And those are still the same 5 teams that we're seeing here, but none of them were able to make it into the end game, the very, very end game right there. One team that won, of course, was caught at Bernie and Mitten right there. You see them still come all the way into 6th place right now. So more importantly, we have to look at the points that first versus 6th has right now. This has to be one of the closest competitions that we've seen so far, with only 40 points separating.
Everyone who's close, the gap now is just maybe a 15-point difference of what was before. 40 is definitely a tough game on this base. Bruce being tied at around 95 points, all the way down to like 70 points. Now look at it, triple digits, all the way to 18. So we're talking about a lot of people who are looking to level up. Tracking, first their team, Jackson, Moses, Lucian not able to get off the stage, but they're rolling through. They're more intently in place. They're kind of bouncing back to the top 10 and 11th overall. They got the PR, Kelly. They also have the potential to rise all the way to the top.
The top is already so risen right now. I mean, I was just talking about how the top 5 teams weren't able to make it to the end game. But I was wrong. Caleb Southside and Wheels, they were able to grab 9th place with 5 eliminations, and then Arthur Rex and Epic Will were able to grab 8th place with only 1 elimination. But still, if they don't make it and break it into that top 10 right there, that is so many places now. So even if we're not seeing them in the final 2 in this team, that doesn't mean that they're not still grabbing those points they need, and that's what is setting them apart from everyone else. Even when they're not performing, they still are trying to perform.
All about that consistency, right? So they use the making those top places, like you say, flying under the radar. That's still pushing up. But you know what's happening in game number 2 on the day. That's right, we're jumping up to the battle on once again, play Sundown Tracker.
Thank you so much, Big Child Kelly, and hopping on board with our match number 7 winners, Bernie, Makata, and Mitten. The Urban match going on the field as Nami is going to pick up Spidey with the knock there. You see Lama also take out by Bernie. So landing over on a pretty sizable split around the side of Slurpee, so just need to make sure that they don't end up getting isolated, but goes to show why they had so tighter control of that.
They were going to be a little bit split from each other. And so that was just 100% worth it playing in every ounce of the word. Because, like you said, it was quick, it was easy, they got their tortured, and they got their healer points, and now they're back on their rotation. Moving over though, we got our first team now. After that game, Caleb, Salzai, and Wheels, who just kind of playing ridiculously consistent. We didn't really see a lot of them in that end game there. They were able to get to that upper S on the plate.
So we're back over to the dirty dock of the fight that seems to just keep giving over and over. Temple little Zinkyu, Shifu step back to the Yasirman. Don't see Yasirman here, so it looks like he got taken down. Shifu, the one who got that nice 1v3 clip to get us kicked off in match number 2 yesterday. It's going to look like they're going to be a little bit under pressure here. See little flying, maybe get an angle with that rail flip, and then a little bit of this execution putting that brick one above it. I don't know, limited option of what he's able to do here, but not a ton of excess shield here for Temple and his trio. Does have the epic up on the thing. You can assume that he should be the one to make the play, and yeah, they're looking for a jump.
They're ready for it too. I think the team above was ready. They did not go down that easily though. Shots come through. Things get around 55 HP. The damage being dealt on the Temple as well. They were ready up above. They thought, oh, we're just gonna travel down. We'll get those easy tags, but no, they're not playing out without a fight. Look, they automatically disengage down to that building. T2 and Depth, though, are split. To get together, they're not all too close. T2 actually trying not to even go in that building in the disengage. Maybe wants to come through. Because look at them. There's not a lot T2 can do to get over there and really help him out. I think T2 realized he's got to play for himself.
Yeah, they're just waiting for the other team to make a mistake. Somebody to isolate themselves. And Zinkyu might do it. You can see him dropping around. She can try to move around the side. She could just go to get caught out. When they take a ton of damage, had no build left. Zinkyu going to find it out there. Going to get the knockdown. Really coming through. Has to take down for information instead to grab the site. He's just standing there. Some of the wins zone, so they don't really have to worry about it. They should be able to wrap this up here in a second. I don't anticipate that this player is going to be able to really allow us much longer, but next to where the health bars are both, there it is, finding a nice little free fire shot on step X, but all they needed to connect with 2 or 3 towers there because he was down bad.
That seems to be back and forth. We talked about how yesterday was essentially even. No one ended up winning. And little somebody trying to make it theirs. I don't believe they actually ended up winning out on last year's UI battle, but back over to the center of the map. We've got Wheels, we've got Calzai, Caleb off in the distance. We talked about this as kind of like an airport game. They're not going to get here entirely the game. Stay out of the game. Go down. So they're just trying to get away, claiming that area. They want it for themselves anyway. If you think they could have fired up with that, with their play, putting it into the first zone. This is where it went first to calm down. Had our initial POI fight, and everybody is trying to find their space.
Yeah, and you can also see them rocking that FNCF outfit that is in the item shop. Take that out, has the logo on it, the colors for the team to kind of celebrate it, and will end up being exclusive. So don't forget to get it before it's gone. These guys are looking for a more exclusive cosmetic team. Packs of champions. They want that first place slot. They want all the glory that comes with it. Continuing to kind of recycle the wood here, build up to try and get to the sideline, distribute utility evenly,
cannot have escaped your notice that for some time past, the friendship I have felt for you has ripened into a deeper feeling. A feeling more beautiful, more pure, more sacred. Dare I name it? Can it be love?
very end, almost doing something in that game that they did yesterday in the same type of series, that game 3 of the day. Past that, Wavy, Poodle, making their rolling in at 11th, can't seem to escape this spot. Godku actually ends up getting struck down all the way to 12th off the first page. Lithely, Frappa, and Physics are still trying to rise up. You got to remember, being in top 10, it's all about getting an increase in prize thresholds too. But still, I want to focus on one of the teams on the first page, Kelly. Snacky, Kenshi, and Fabs were rolling in for the spotlight, and Snacky's having a phenomenal day.
I mean, an incredible day so far. They have had a few rough games, but even those rough games, they're making sure that they're still making it at least to Zone 7. 14th place now we've seen them place in the last 2 games, but with a few eliminations each. Honestly, though, that last victory royale that we saw from day 1 is what is holding them up right now. Those solo points alone right there coming out of Snacky, that just means that this player, even if he is a solo player or a duo player, if you see his name pop up, you want to get away because he is going to take you down.
Yeah, Snacky the Menace against the top 10 as well. He's just taking out people left and right. If they make it all the way towards the end, we should be worried. The players should be worried. Things are going to get spicy.
My goodness. Friends, we only have 3 games left. And then that's it. The FNCS in Chapter 2 Season 6 is done. But for now, it's time to step away. I know. I hate to do it to you. But don't worry, you're not missing anything. As we start game number 4, that's actually going to be the game you'll be watching here on break. So you won't miss anything, and when that timer hits 0, guess what? Clay Sundown, they'll be there. They'll call the action, and then you'll see us again after that game concludes. So if you need to, run real quick, get hydrated, come right back though, because you won't want to miss how the FNCS concludes here in NA West. We'll see you guys after this short break.
What's good, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Jonesies, Bonesies, he, she's, theys, thems, and everyone in between. Welcome. It's Chapter 2, Season 6, FNCS, and we saved the best for last, and the question is, who's the best of the West? With 3 matches left to go, everyone's hoping to not slide off the top part of the leaderboard as Smocky Eclipse and Poppy just slid off the side of the mountain. They did a great climb the last match, jumping up 6 points and taking the victory royale to push them up into 8th place. My name's Sundown, joined by Clay Stelling to call all of the action as we hop in here to match number 10.
And as we're hopping in, we see Babs and Riverson in an engagement in the top left. That is a really big one there. That was a great jump up the leaderboard from Poppy, Smock, and Eclipse. Seeing if they can close this, they've got to be careful about this zone. They're able to get out, but look at how low they are. One bow to the body, followed up by an AR spray, will take them on out. We do have some heals in the inventory. We saw Solar Fish there, but don't really want to use it quite yet. A late rotation, but CamCOD allows you to do that.
Yeah, and when we get a chance, observers, can we get a peek at where the map is so we can kind of know where we're rotating off to? Obviously, we're pulling up towards the northwest. We're talking about the fight that was going on. You can see Snacking Co. actually picking up another knock. We'll see if they're able to convert on it as Smock, Poppy, and Eclipse begin their ride through, trying to see if there's any potential bounties, the information, and boom, there we go. We're going way to the northwest. Thank you so much. You can see the bottom right-hand corner. Sweaty's in play, Coral's in play, Pleasant's in play, Stealthy and Holly are in play, but probably not for much longer. You can anticipate the zone is likely going to pull towards Sweaty, potentially towards Boney, but we'll see that in a second. Rivers on Blizzy and Nate are actually going to be cleaned up, so I know we joined a little bit of the way through. We had the game playing on that break screen if you didn't go and pick up any water or any snacks. I know I needed to. It's been such an intense day of action, but only one team inside of the top 10 has fallen. We just saw that. That was Riverson, Blizzy, and Nate. Otherwise, 22nd, 25th, 30th, 31st, and 33rd have all gone down. So most of the trio still in contention, up on their feet. And realistically, with 3 games left to go, the clear favorites have to be our top 3.
And a lot of our top 10, though, is fighting each other back and forth. That bit with Riverson going down. 3rd place is going to get a little bit of a boost, and they needed it. They were not that far behind, and when it's that close, every elimination matters that much more. Smock, Poppy, and Eclipse, though, we'll be able to get that supply drop and grab that extra Epic Primal AR. And the combo with that infantry for those long-range tags and then the up-close with the Primal, that could very well net them some good eliminations, especially because they don't have that pump shotgun. They only have that tactical. But in case you're unaware of the format, that victory round going to net you 30 points, and then each elimination going to be worth 2. Those are the big ones there. Of course, that 24th placement and that 17th placement as well.
Which, once you get into that top 25 with basically 8 trios going down, it's like, hey, congratulations, you made it pretty much a quarter of the way through. We typically see that around zone 3 or so. That's worth 5 points or 1 point less than a full trio wipe. And when you get into then each individual trio dropping after that is worth 1 more point until you're up into that top 3. Now we're going to swing over on board. We got extra Mid Daddy, aka Midi, 5G Vernie, and Assault Makata trying to get a rotation kind of on the southern side here. Nobody really between them and the zone, so they should have a nice little stroll here. However, they do need to be careful if one of those teams gets a beat on them, because there's not a ton of cover with most of the trees having been chopped here for easy access to wood.
And even with that, we know Jagger, Mojo, and Solution are here, so they're just going to burn the entire forest down with Fireflies. We saw them do that in their qualifiers, and you see around Weeping, initially on that little area, there's no trees. So definitely farmed and burned all the way out. They've got a rotation. Vernie almost gets tagged up there, but will dodge a little bit of that damage. And the way the zone pulls, they've got a tough road ahead.
I guess sometimes you just want to watch the woods burn, and it seems to be every time just grabbing those fireflies, dropping them down there. Of course, fire doing that 15 per damage tick right now, so if you do end up stuck in it, we've already seen it play a factor today. But right now, the biggest factor is going to be that storm surge. You see the warning on the right-hand side above the map. Teams are going to be looking for tags, looking to trade out, tank those long-range rifle shots, utilizing the first shot accuracy, just try and make their number go up a little bit higher, make sure they don't have to worry about that 25 damage every 5 seconds from the storm surge, because that hurts.
It does, and we've seen a lot of trios go down because of it, and top trios fall. Sometimes the storm surge doesn't go your way. We was looking for a quick little peek into, I believe this is in that bush right over there. Honestly, if he's able to hit a mechanical bow shot into a bush onto someone of that trio, that is a lot of damage, and honestly, that's a clip and a half.
And you don't want to end up on the other side of one of those clips, regardless of how you place the interactions from that. Are never positive you want to be the one doing the clipping. It's always nice to be able to yell, hey, someone clip that, but got to make the play happen first. And now we're swinging over, looking to find the back-to-back-to-back titles. Arkham, Epic Whale, and Rex, but again, currently facing what hasn't been a problem from them so far this tournament side. It's been that first round storm surge. We saw it last FNCS where they struggled with it a lot. So far this time they've struggled a little bit more with that second round storm surge, but as we've noted across their placements, every single placement yesterday was the top 10. Every single one today I'm pretty sure has been right around the top 10. They've at least made it to the second round of placement points, and they've just been dominating in the placement category while also picking up enough eliminations. So they're not doing too bad, but the number keeps going down right now. And as I say that, Arkham headshot, boom, 64 damage right away. And they pulled the zone, so everyone is going to be running straight into them. They should have enough time to make this up, but they're going to be put against the clock here.
And with nobody immediately around, they're going to just have to try to out-heal it and maybe look for some long-range tags. Arkham is looking for some, but there's not going to be that much that's hitting. You can see constantly losing shield. They have a lot because, reminder, uncontested POI, we always see them with a lot of shields. This time they don't have to worry about losing in rotation, but losing it at their POI, 19 below, now is their chance. Everyone is coming in. Look for the cars. There's a shot from Arkham, 32. Still below. They have to find more damage. They cannot be content. Now, finally above, they get a little bit of reprieve, but once again, as it goes above, it goes below. It's constantly going up and down. They have to keep going, and that's why Arkham's looking for these shots with this infantry. There's a nice tag through the little crack in the builds there. Didn't protect fully on their rotation. 59 above, and we saw this over at Serpy as well. If you have that high ground POI and just angle, players are going to sting for you. It's super easy for them to get those tags onto you, but harder for you to grab the tag.
And the one thing that makes this incredibly dangerous is because we still have one more central pulling zone. You can't just post up by that fishing lake down there because there's already a team who's rotated through there. And you can see, we talk about every little thing being the difference, every bullet, every shot, every elimination. Well, the shots coming out from Arkham with that infantry rifle, he's the one who gets it put in his hands, and he's the one who's able to find that damage consistently, putting them above Storm Surge and relieving just a little bit of the threat. We'll keep an eye on it again as we head towards Zone 5. That's when it should rear their head. If they're unable to convert on anything between now and then, they could end up being threatened down. So we're going to swing on over what is currently our third place team, Snacky, Kenshi, and Favs. 3 eliminations so far here, and they're being able to farm out, so they have decent priority position and an okay chance to pull this zone, kind of occupying one of the houses and garages just south of that main hotel that Rex and Co are parked in.
And they have 800 damage above Surge. They are fine the entire game. They literally do not have to worry. As you see, just a couple seconds go by, they go down to 700. This is not an issue for them at all. They are not concerned. You can tell those 3 elims that they got so much damage on them, and that allows them to do this. And normally we see trios in this situation looking for tags, trying to do what Arkham, Epic Whale, and Rex were doing, but they are so content. And look, they farmed one house. I want a little bit more.
Yeah, trying to make sure they refarm all of these and also get as central as possible. Even just rotating over about 4 to 5 grid spaces increases your chance of pulling that next zone. We'll see it in 5 seconds, bottom right-hand corner. 3, 2, 1, and that 4th zone is going to pull. Boom. They are right inside of it now off of that little move. Thank you for making me look like a genius going on there, because now they're going to be able to farm all of this out. They own the buildings replacing the previous ones, so they can actually set an ambush. Most of the people who are rotating from the eastern side of the map, if they want to. However, I anticipate instead what they'll do is they'll farm that out and create as much space as possible. As we're going to swing back on over, you can see Quinn and Co staying up on their feet, doing their best to rotate through. Epic Will Arkham still up on top of their little perch, raining shots down, being the gatekeepers towards the zone, as 40R Storm is going to be gate kept, gate swept out of the lobby. He goes. Falconer, Reed, and Chris currently in fourth, just on the outside looking in for striking distance due to their push last game on the low ground. Rotating in, and you see everyone being forced past that fishing lake right now and trying to gain a little bit of priority. But Chrisix, Alithi, and Frappi have a great priority over on that side of the zone.
And this is a very intriguing zone to see how these players are going to play, because there's not really one side that's there's one side that's more stacked than the other, but even though normally we would see nobody on that side of the zone, we've got teams over there, they're positioned up, and they've got the ability to find it. And look at how many trios are still not in the zone, trying to be held out. Kenshi looking to put some damage down, though. Definitely got to be Arkham, Epic Whale, and Rex over there in that area. That's going to be a lot of damage, though. A good amount of beams.
Yeah, and observers, when we get a chance, can we flip back over to Epic Whale and his co, because they just got knocked. That was Arkham. That was Arkham who ended up getting picked up there, and I think they're also still below Surge. So they're trying to create a little bit of a disengage. What can they do in this situation as there's a number of trios who are rotating past them? That is first, second, and third, all impacting on each other right now, and Epic Whale is trying to create a little bit of room. But I'm really interested because Arkham getting knocked there. They're not able to get ahead, not able to get in zone. Kenshi, Snacky, and Fabs are going to get a conversion there onto Pulsar Miko as well. Jaden's going to sneak back in to just kind of gobble up that loot, being a little loot goblin there. But I'm pretty sure that Arkham, Epic Whale, and Rex have to take a fight. I don't think they're still above Storm Surge, just given the state of the game. Or if they are, it's going to be close. And they're wall to wall with like 3 other trios who aren't bad at taking those fights.
Luckily for them, Adam is right on top of them, and they're super weak. They could make that play happen, but look at the contrast between second place. Paltai, Wheel, and Caleb are looking so good. Healthy, just barely above. A gas can gonna go off. That's gonna be a lot of damage. Whoever dealt that, shots come through. Wheels is gonna connect. That's gonna be the knock. Will maybe be able to find that finisher. That'd be so good. They have to pull that way anyway, so that team actually may be able to disengage from that. I think the carry through is actually will come through. Falcon are gonna get another elimination as well.
Monkeys strong together. Go, push that. You have the ability. There is so much loot in that space. Glace is a solo. They should know, based on the fact that nobody has tarped and picked that up right away, that that's free pickings. Go and get everything. Pick all the loot up on the low ground. Build out and then about face, as you now have an opportunity to really push forward. Storm Surge turned off. Epic Whale and Co will check that mark off the box. No adversity here for the 5th zone one. They're in the zone as it's pulled more towards Sweaty, but wall to wall right now, this is incredibly tense as our top 3. We talked about it coming in. Epic Whale, Rex, and Arkham, 256 points. Caleb, Tautai, and Wheels, 249. Fabs, Kenshi, and Snacky, 238. So the eliminations, the placement, as long as you're up on the feet, the delta closes every single time, and you can see they're trying to find some shots. Epic Whale, is he fighting off more than you know? The legendary tack shotgun just raining down. Block, block, block the shots from above, and he finds it. He's gonna harpoon the loot, and he's gonna pick up a legendary puppy, saying, who wants that? There you go. Talk about free pickings. That's huge. He's also gonna get a knock onto Juicy. We talk about just staying up and staying in the game. Well, they're doing more than that as they're converting on eliminations, creating space, and stealing ground here.
7 points ahead of second coming into this game. They're looking to make that lead just a little bit bigger. Epic Whale can't even decide which shotgun that he wants to go for right now. They both provide their benefits. The attack can allow him to break those builds so quick without having to use that AR ammo. Is actually going to drop that legendary pump on over, keeping with the tactical shotgun. Look, and it has the high ground, though. It is our 3rd place team, our 2nd place team in the bottom left, but 3rd place on the high ground. They want that lead back.
and it's going to pull right past them. They have the priority positioning. They can tell that they're going back and away from where everyone else just was. There is just a ton of open space. They're on the front side of the zone. You can see he's right in the middle of it, but Fabs is end up rotating ahead of him. So Kenchi's job is to look for tags and make sure there's no one coming up and challenging. And that's it. Uncontested high ground here in match number 10 goes to our third place team. Second and first are still up. You can see second place from the bottom right-hand side. Now they're in your bottom left-hand corner. They're on the front edge of the zone. Kenchi in your bottom right-hand corner is in third. He's on the back side of the zone. Epic Whale, Arkham, and Rex, they're on the front, but they're towards the left part of it, and they're just trying to keep it. Epic Whale is in the lead. He has that legendary attack shotgun, so if he ends up getting in a wall-to-wall fight, he has slight priority over the pump as long as he doesn't end up needing a one-shot, which the slightly lower HP threshold could end up happening. All the excess tags, the knock that ended up going through the Rex could eat through the utility, but right now, Fab Snacky and Kenchi aren't being threatened at all. They have tons of builds. That's going on the bottom right. We're going to zoom in. The current leaders trying to hold on. What magic can they make happen on the low ground? We've seen this go pretty well for them today. They've got the +3 for the top 17, and they're in the cascading placement points. What more can they do?
Wheels is down. Epic Whale gonna get one. Can he find another one? You said he had the priority on the wall. Will he get through? He will, but gonna go down. Frappe will fall through, and they will be able to stay alive for that elimination. Hopefully, Rex can make something happen. They gave him the epic pump. He is the one leading them with elimination, trying to make something down. Caleb is the last one remaining for his trio there. Kenchi, Fast, and Saki looking just to try to catch on up. Rex, very little builds there. Caleb, not a lot to work with other than he's got a good amount of builds, but 3 shotgun ammo. He doesn't really have an AR. He's got that infantry rifle, not gonna really work out that well. He's got to try to hop in box to box. We saw Tricks take down Tautai. Wheels did get some eliminations before he went through. We'll see what Caleb is able to do. The edit's almost going through there for him. He's gonna try to play zone. He's gonna try to play the med kit.
He has the medkit. You can see that Arkham Rex and Epic Whale still picking up Elam's Spazzico, but he's getting placement points, just staying up on his feet, and he can't really jump box to box. So what is he gonna do with 3 shotgun shells and attack? You have to hit everything to get it through. Rex is up on his feet by himself, but the story is in the bottom right-hand corner, because Kenchi, Fabs, and Snacky are getting a free walk into this endgame. This should be just a free victory royale, but we've seen how the high ground has gone down. Rex gets cut down, but it's another top 5 performance on the back of a great individual effort. But speaking of a great individual effort, hello, Kenchi, 6 eliminations, just raining shots down from above. He was the one who got the finish onto Rex. We can see Caleb, though, still trying to stick it. He got a second medkit off of the backside of the zone, but he opens up the door. You gotta hear him closing it because he gets ripped apart. And finally now, high ground going to exert the control, exert the pressure, and this was what our third place team was trying to look for. Well, they say third place says what, Sundown? No. We're gonna push up, and this is actually the fourth who they're fighting off against. It's Falcon and Reap, but they have them split, trying to execute on a pincer here, but Reap just gets punished in the back of the zone. Kenchi out of builds, looking for the 11th Elam. He's gonna find the 33 tag, gonna find it again, but it gets destroyed. That's the danger of fighting tack first pump, but it doesn't matter. They change it over, and that's a 13 elimination victory royale in match number 10 from what was our third place trio, but that was 8 lead changes. I'm pretty sure we're about to see 9.
I think we are as well. What a performance coming on through, and we got to give some love to Falconer because he is having such a great performance this finals, having more eliminations than any previous FNCS finals that they've made it to. And that's amazing because he's kind of in that IGL, but all of a sudden now this season he's fragging out.
He's fragging out, but to kick it over to the desk to wrap up what happened in match 10, Zeke, Shio, Kelly, take it away.
Thank you guys so much. Listen, there's a lot of little things, okay? Now, listen, it's much like a clock, okay? There's like a lot of tiny cogs that make the whole hands turn. That's what we're witnessing, right? A great victory out here from Kenchi, Babs, and company. However, Rex, listen, their trio right now, if they keep this up, they could very well be the first trio ever to not drop out of top 10. That's right. They almost have every single game at this point in top 10. They only have 2 more. Shio, is this possible? Could they do it?
I mean, with the way things are looking, top 10 every single game up till this point, even when they lose one leg in the race. This is one of the earlier games, the start of the day. The duo goes on, whether it's Rex, Epic Whale, Arkrum, or Rex, Arkrum rolling in. They just perform all the way up till that top 10 threshold, till top 6 sometimes, and pop off, Kelly.
But what is it that is keeping this team from breaking into that first and second place spot? They're constantly like positioning themselves in low to mid ground, grabbing incredible eliminations against a bunch of teams that are surrounding them, but they're not able to convert that into that victory royale.
Yeah, I feel like it's just they're not getting the most favorable half in, half out zones, but regardless of that, you can see how good they are without those zones. This is what kind of marks, you know, a professional top tier trio. Even when things don't go your way, you turn impossible situations into placement. Before we even move on from there, this is ridiculous, by the way. Their search strategies to stay in the POI and just Arkrum to hit ridiculous shots. This should not be allowed. Like, what is this?
Absolutely insane. We were losing our minds while we were watching this in the green room. Shia, you in particular are like, why? Why is this happening? Why is this allowed? Well, I'm going to tell you. It's because it's Arkrum, Rex, and Epic Whale, and they're allowed to do whatever they want, Shia, because whatever they do, they're still going to break into the top 10. However, they are not in our first place spot. Instead, it is stolen away from none other than Fabs, Kinchi, and Snacky, now having an 8-point lead, but 8 points is absolutely nothing in the grand scheme of things. Still, this is a competition between first, second, and third for that battle for the first place spot. Everyone else is kind of sitting in the middle of the pack, but that middle of the pack from 4th all the way down until 12th is still pretty close, Shio.
Yeah, and I just like the story between first and second. Power versus prestige. Fabs, Kenshi, and Snacky rolling in 294 points. It's not a big difference at 286, but they're doing it with first place wins. If they don't get first, if they don't get second, they're not getting that many points inside the game. Meanwhile, Arkrum, Rex, Epic Will, Kelly, you're right. They can't get wins, but they're so prestigious. We just talked about how they're so consistent. They don't have the pop-off, so there's a chance for Fabs to take over, but this relationship is just so sick.
Looking at the leaderboard for their placement points right now and just seeing how they get the same place, the same elims every time in comparison to Fabs, Kinchi, and Snacky, who were able to grab 13 elimination victory royales, 11 elimination second place finishes, or the 15 elimination victory royales. Shio, it's just like you said, this is a comparison of two very different teams. A team that is so rooted in consistency that can grab any kind of advantage, whatever position that they are put into, compared to Fabs, Kinchi, and Snacky, a newly formed team out of Season 5. We all know that Kinchi and Snacky were second place, and they said, that's not enough. We're going to drop Chris. We're going to pick up one of the best players in NA West, and that's going to be Fabs, and that's why they are currently sitting with 62 eliminations, almost 15 eliminations ahead of anyone else in first place.
Absolutely, and still there's a fight on the bottom side of the boards, or the top middle, I would say, of people trying to make it, grab towards the top 10, push towards that top 3. It's still very, very close. We were talking about it behind the scenes. It's basically a game of a difference. Still, if one of these teams end up winning, they can jump up. Riversons look very good. Lithi Fratby have the potential. We're also talking about the top 2 there, Zeke and Kelly. That third place team, Caleb, Tatai, and Wheels, they're right beside them. It's kind of like a 15, 20 point difference, but they're kind of the fly on the wall. They're also getting 4th when, you know, Snacky gets 1st. They're getting 7th while, you know, Rex gets 10th. They're in the race as well, but they're kind of invisible while they do it.
Well, that's the difference, though. When you have a consistent team like Arkrum, Rex, and Epic Whale that are able to make it to the end game every single time, or Kinchi, Snacky, and Fabs' team that when they do make it to the end game, they're just grabbing double-digit eliminations. Caleb, Tatai, and Wheels kind of fall by the wayside. Even though they're still so close to them, they're not doing that consistent or crazy high elimination game.
Yeah, and now the top 3 basically, they have to, they need to, because like, if they stay in there, the top 3 is on an island. Everyone else in the top 10 are looking to try to get a, you know, a yacht ticket to come all the way over. But that's kind of the story for the last 2 games. Will the top 3 stay kind of by themselves and be chilling on vacation, looking for an auto qual to the next FNCS? Or will, you know, Moni Regulator, Baka Verni, Smog Poppy, will they come through and top it all off and get in the top 3? That's what's at stake for these last 2 games, Zeke.
Man, y'all are crushing the breakdown and analysis right now. Goodness gracious. That's right. We're ready to go into the next game. They've set the stage. Sundown Clay, follow it up.
The stage is set, but we need to know which actors are playing the parts. And currently we have the top 3 in the top left. We just saw the last game with the high ground and running it out and taking the top spot away for what was our 9th lead change. TSG Faz, Extra Kenshi, Extra Snacky in the top right. 100 Thieves Arkham, Rex, Energy, Epic Whale, they need no introduction. You know how good they are. In the bottom left-hand corner, just 9 points behind Epic Whale and Co. Extra Caleb, Extra Tautai, TRNL Wheels trying to do their best to make a push. And realistically, unless something miraculous happens, Clay, it's down to these 3 for the final AXA champions coming out of NA West.
And what a race it's going to be. The lead keeps going back and forth, and it's a battle of uncontested POIs, and we're pulling back up. The Sweaty Sands, Pleasant Park, Coral, and Stealthy, meaning 2 of our trios have priority position on the zone. Everyone that we were watching there is currently inside of it. We've got a lot of work to do in trying to find those Storm Surge tags. We saw Arkham, Epic Whale, and Rex struggle with it last game because once again, it pulled towards them. They're gonna have to find some sort of extra tags. Maybe moving out early, maybe sending their trio out to try to find something. Because what they did last game is not gonna be enough.
You can see on the leaderboard on the left-hand side, mind the gap between 3rd and 4th. It's about 40 points going through there. You can see the top 3, though, however, only separated by, I believe, that's 17 points? Yes, that's 17. Math didn't betray me. You can get a look at the top 10 because each change in placement there is a change in prize money, and it's about how much you can take away. With all of the prize money being based here in the finals, there was none for the qualifiers. All the clout and everything, it matters now where you place. We're just keeping on board here with the 2nd place trio. I would say arguably the favorites, but I don't think there's really an argument for them. They're back to back and they're seeking the back to back to back.
It'd be the first trio to ever pull it off. What an accomplishment that would be. The Fab, Kenshi, and Snacky do not want to let that happen. They jumped 2 spots in that last game, and they're looking really good. Trial said it well. They've had such great pop-off potential, and do Arkham, Epic Whale, and Rex have that? Yes, but we have not seen it today. We did not see it yesterday either.
And one thing, observers, when we get a second, can we actually cycle the inventory of those 3 once we do pop back over to them? No rush to do it now, because we are going to take a peek at our first place teams. However, I'm very interested to see, because the zone ended up pulling this side, I haven't seen an infantry rifle on any of them. If they don't end up pulling an infantry rifle along the course of this loot, I think that's what dictates whether or not they stay or whether or not they rotate away. So we know Rex isn't currently carrying one. We know Arkham isn't carrying, or Epic Whale isn't carrying one. If Arkham doesn't have one and they're unable to find one, that in my head puts a little bit of concern. We saw Shio and Kelly highlight it last time, but their Storm Surge strat is basically give Arkham the best rifle possible and have him hit pixels.
Doesn't seem like it. Maybe Arkham was able to have one, but again, even Rex doesn't have an AR in the inventory. Arkham does not have one, just the blue AR. Okay, did end up picking one up, so they is there in the inventory. Their Storm Surge strategy will continue to work, but I'm worried for them.
Yeah, and you can see that he's instantly going over, checking to see if the NPC drops him anything else. Thank you. You could tell they were desperately searching for it, even dropping over the harpoon and making sure he has it. He's going to hold on to that blue mechanical rifle as well, just making sure that he has plenty of first shot accuracy. But that's just a checkbox. We talk about it all the time. What do we need to worry about when you're Energy, Epic Whale, Rex, and Arkham? It's Storm Surge when the zone pulls towards you because nobody is anywhere near you. What we've seen, their initial strategy for it, get an infantry rifle and get up high. They're going to be able to do that. That's fine. It just took them a while to that loot path, and that's why they waited so long to actually start executing on the high ground, because you can't begin that part of the strategy until you get the infantry rifle. Otherwise, they pile into a car and they start driving around looking for other tags.
Snacky, Kenshi, and Fabs, they have been splitting this area, and they've kind of got the same idea. Get up high, look for as many tags as you can, and got a lot of fishing spots. They can make proper plays if they pull the right fish. There's some shield fish coming on through, and once again, not a lot of trios fighting. Only 2 full trios have gone down. 7 players, for that matter, have fallen in total. Another stacked game. We've only got a couple left, and if now's your chance to make a play to submit your lead, this is the game to do it. You really want to submit it that game before. If you do it in the last game, it's going to be a lot harder. You're going to have that pressure of that lead being so close. So for Kenshi, Snacky, and Fast, this game for them means so much more because they're in the lead.
And we saw it over in East in particular. This is when your composure, your tournament management, your decision making comes down to it. It looked like Edgy Scented and Commandment had it locked up. They had all the stats on their side. They had won every single tournament when they had been leading going into the final game. They try and take an aggressive push. They don't know there's two trios hanging out there who had actually swapped out, and they get picked off and put into a shambles position early on. These trios want to avoid that as much as possible. Just keep making the end game. That has been the strategy for all of them. While they have had some higher end elimination games courtesy of Kenshi, Snacky, and Vaves, when they've been able to execute on the victory routes, the other 2 teams have just been making pretty much every single end game. Yes, they've had slightly higher end in terms of the elims compared to Epic Whale, Arkham, and Rex, but the placement points and just making it there has been such a boon and such a major part of each one of these teams' game plans that I would be remiss to see them taking an early fight.
Mojo Jagbeer, though, on the receiving end of that early fight. They will go down. Not sure about solution quite yet. Moving over, though, to Caleb, Altai, and Wheels. They're in this competition. And they're in the run for first. Nobody around them, though. They're going to have a really hard time finding Surge unless Caleb can hit a big bow shot here and there. And even then, it's not going to be a headshot. It's not going to be that much damage because it is only that makeshift bow. It's not the mechanical, it's not the primal. You can't put a lot of damage down with that.
Yeah, and it's tough to shoot. It doesn't feel as responsive. It doesn't feel as rewarding when it ends up coming through, but you got to make do with what you make do, and this is what we talk about. They're not sticking around waiting to try and get the ideal loadout. It's like, hey, is this good enough? Epic pump, blue mechanical AR. Yep, happy with that. We'll get some kind of bow for long-range tags. As long as no one's using up arrows, you got to make sure you try to min-max on utilizing your resources. And now they're just going to be posting up. And you're probably wondering, wow, you guys aren't watching any of the fights. Well, as we've covered before in competitive Fortnite, almost all of the action happens off of that initial drop. And then you don't really want to go looking for fights. Every single one of these trios is generally good enough to skill check you in a fight at any point in time. And as I say that, Hyper's going to get a knock on the Falconer.
Must be rotating somewhere near Slurpee there for them, but that's a really big knock to come on through for the R. Will fall as well. Big names continuing to go down in the lead as the trio rotates their way on through over to outside Caleb and Wheels. This is great for them. They want this tags, and look, once again, we're going even further north this way towards Pleasant Park. This is even better for those 3 trios.
Hi-ho, hi-ho, off to the north we go, but they're not holding the wall. They're just trying to get straight to Pleasant Park, potentially Stealthy being in play, but this is a fight we're going to want to keep an eye on. We have Vert Trashies and J Roses right here, wall-to-wall, and currently being held. They're sitting in 14th place, and while not challenging necessarily for the top 3, don't forget there is change in that prize money, so every single one of these positions, every single one of these interactions could end up mattering. As you see, Midi and Co. also rotating about 3 trios on the same line. This is pulling pretty far north. That's going to be a common theme. It's Falconer, Reek, and Chris wall-to-wall with Natch, Hob, and Major.
We're able to get Falconer back up on his feet, trying to fight, but Chris, again, only a tactical shotgun. They gave that big pump to Reet and Falconer, it seems like it. They don't want this. It seems like they're going to allow this disengage to come through. Chris was going to go for that edit, but saw that bow pull out and did not want to chance that headshot bow. And in that instant, Notch, Hav, and Major definitely would have pushed a headshot bow onto this trio when you already knocked one of them. That's a definitive, go. But Chris, Reet, and Falconer going to take a little bit more early rotation reports. They're making their way through, but again, don't have the chonker, so it's not going to be as fast.
Yeah, so they're going to try and stick to that path, knowing that anything else is going to slow down the rotation. Chonkers allow you to kind of bypass the environmental friction that ends up coming, but instead they're just going to take a ride straight downtown, moving fast. But right now you can see Epic Whale, Rex, and Arkham just posted up, moving to the center zone, and just trying to get tags. Like I said, tournament management. They know they haven't placed outside of the top 10, and their worst placement was 10th. In the second game yesterday, they still had 5 elims on top of it, so they're adding eliminations every single time. They've had one elim game, 1 3 elim game, and 1 4 elim game, but otherwise it's pretty much all been 5s and 6s coming through. So just consistency all the way through, and you see, hey, we're pulling further north again. Tons of water in play here in match 11.
And I am very surprised that they chose this island to base up on. I was gonna say, I think they should move a little bit more inward and honestly leave this island completely and go over to that little protrusion over by Stealthy. Just because, as we know with the way Fortnite zones work, it's gonna center up there. These are concentric zones. They have a better chance of pulling the next couple zones if they're more centered. But letting everyone know, a quick stat for y'all, Rex's trio has never been eliminated to Storm Surge. That is an amazing accomplishment.
So I'd be curious as to the specifics behind that, because I could see that they're also smart enough to know that if they're gonna go down by Storm Surge, they just yeet themselves into somebody else's box. Like, they have no problem getting wall to wall. Epic Whale was known particularly back in the FNCS Solo Invitational game as someone who pioneered. It's like, what's a shotgun? I just need as many bullets as possible, and I'm just gonna jump into your window and spray. Rex also being able to do that. Arkham, no stranger to it. So now we're gonna swing over one of these houses just a little bit south of the Stealthy Stronghold, just outside of Pleasant. Tons of action going on here, as Fast Kenchi and Snacky are only 70 above the Storm Surge, and with still 11 players who have to go down. Keep an eye on the top left corner. Now it's 10. That number needs to get to 70, and Storm Surge is going to start coming through once we get to the third zone reveal. That happens, you check the bottom right hand corner, in just over 10 seconds. So a lot of action is going to be forced out here. We're going to be keeping an eye on which trios ended up picking up elims, which get eliminated, and where the points fall, because all of these trios are right on the outside of the zone, and there's so many right on top of each other. Making in his trio, Kenchi and Co right there, 3 others behind him, and look at what they're shooting at.
A lot more players on that side contested trying to come through, but they are not safe. That's why they're looking for tags. Snacky can get tagged up, will take some damage. They're trying to put it back. Adam Bay will fall. Zone is coming through. Adam Bay actually still up, but falls very, very low. Kenchi trying to find that damage. They're 204 above. Now everyone falling. Look at how many players just got eliminated in that swing of things. We see that I think it was like 10, 11 players that just ended up going down. Reed was getting eliminations. Falconer is actually going to fall down as well. And again, they are in 4th place, so they have a little bit of chance to get up into 2nd, into 3rd, but they really need to put a great game together. And just taking a look at Kenshi's inventory, honestly, having an open spot going in to these games, it may not be the best. They're not in shambles yet, but unless they find some extra loot, looking at Kenshi, looking at Snacky, not having an extra big pot as well, this is not the best game for them.
And again, as we close in, you're wondering as a viewer, what do you care about if you're watching in Party Royale? What's up? How you doing? Thanks for hanging out and tuning into some competitive Fortnite as we keep an eye on the odds and what you care about. We're inside the top 25. All 3 of the top teams are still there. They all get the 5 points, which means there's no change going through. Haven't seen any eliminations necessarily, so it's still going to be Favs, Kenchi, and Snacky in 1st. Arkham, Rex, and Epic Whale in 2nd. Caleb, Tautai, and Wheels in 3rd. They have a 40-point separation on the team who's in 4th, so they're going to be the ones we keep an eye on, as Favs is going to get some white tags there, and it's actually going to be a knock onto Krizix right on the eastern side. They're immediately going to box up, make sure he pops a mini before he gets a siphon as well. Not quite a max damage headshot on the ground, and we know they had a little bit of surge threat. Doesn't necessarily seem like they're too worried about it, and they're going to continue trying to find the sparsely populated side of the zone, also kind of known as the dead side rotation, moving towards here just because there's nobody on this side. And they were on that far side kind of kerfuffle, and oh, Clay, that was so good.
That's something I love using the harpoon for, is saving your teammates. You can do it in any circumstance. They could be down. They could be running into zone like that. They could, honestly, you can do it as someone's chopping the build out. You can grab them out of the air, and that just saves that much HP on them. And so we talk about this min-maxing, and it's about minimizing the downside and maximizing your opportunities. That was min-maxing right there, saving as much HP as you can to get into zone by harpooning your teammate ahead of you. That's just beautiful, beautiful harpoon usage.
And one of the things to note too is, well, they had a bunch of medkits, so why does it matter? One, you want to save the medkits for the end game to just extend the amount of time when every single point ends up mattering. But additionally too, you don't want to be separated. If somebody ends up then taking shots at you, they count the 1, 2, 3 and they go, it's tough. And oh, look at this zone. There's a slight peninsula that is already occupied, but everyone else, hey, you want waterfront property? Ooh. I'm selling it to you right now outside Coral Castle. Rex, Arkham, Epic Whale, they're straight dolphining right for the side. They're hoping to just create a little bit of LOS from everyone else behind them. But you can see this is tournament management. It's get to the zone, it's box up, and it's turn around because there is just a sliver of the map that isn't covered by blue and covered by water. They want to get there ahead of time. Now they are one of 3 trios that are in safety, and they're going to be able to now about face and just harass everyone. This zone is going to be chaos.
You hear that infantry rifle from Arkham going off. You just hear the little in the background. Rex and Epic Whale getting involved with their ARs, trying to find tags because they don't want to go down. They don't want to have to hop into boxes and look for that dire play because it's not the way they want to play this game. I can tell you right now, they want this win. They haven't gotten that yet. They want to get and solidify that. But Fabs, Kenshi, and Saki are playing so phenomenally well right now. They are rotating, and look at that. Look at whoever that is, all the way up the top, rotating all the way around the backside of the island just to get into the water. Look at Fabs, Snacky, and Kenshi. They're gonna come over the top of this island. Will be held out a little bit, but should be able to get on in. And look at everyone swimming, trying to make their way in.
And that's a prime example of what I was just talking about. The teams who are going around to the northern side are looking to find that less densely populated side of the zone, the one where players aren't going to be. And by going that far wide, you're avoiding the obvious path. However, when a number of players do that and that gets popularized, sometimes there ends up being more players over there. In NA West, that is very rarely the case, hence why you see pretty much everyone is posted up on the one high ground that's there. And let's keep an eye, because you see Fabs, Snacky, and Kenshi came around the north side. They got the priority area of the zone. Rex, Epic Whale, and Arkham, I disagree with you, Clay. I don't think they care at all about getting the victory round at the end of these matches. That hasn't been their game plan. Their game plan has been hang on for as many possible placement points as we can every single match. And that's it. It's get to the center zone, stay there. Get to the front of the zone, stay there. Stay up on your feet. They aren't looking for those big statement wins. They just want to stay up, knowing that every single time gives them more opportunities as Caleb takes down Snacky and some extra on extra crime. But those are the teams in second and third on top of each other, and it looks like Snacky might have ate a bow headshot from the outside, which if that's the case, you really can't afford to let that happen in this circumstance. There's no storm surge threatening. You don't need to peek. You're the one in first place. You don't have to play catch up. Keep your head tucked in your box, son.
That was unfortunate, and look at where they are. They're getting chopped down because of it. All of a sudden, they're going to lose the high ground. Who's going to take it there? Caleb may be the one to do it. Look at how little HP they lost, though, because they're investing a lot of mats, but they didn't get punished at all. Yes, they maybe took a little bit of damage, but look, 77 build, still looking really good. We get the POV of first, second, and third all coming through. Second on the bottom left, third.
It cannot have escaped your notice that for some time past, the friendship I have felt for you has ripened into a deeper feeling. A feeling more beautiful, more pure, more sacred. Dare I name it? Can it be love? But it cannot have escaped your notice that for some time past, the friendship I have felt for you has ripened into a deeper feeling. A feeling more beautiful, more pure, more sacred. Dare I name it? Can it be love? some time past, the friendship I have felt for you has ripened into a deeper feeling. A feeling more beautiful, more pure, more sacred. Dare I name it? Can it be love? But it cannot have escaped your notice that for some time past, the friendship I have felt for you has ripened into a deeper feeling. A feeling more beautiful, more pure, more sacred. Dare I name it? Can it be love? friendship I have felt for you has ripened into a deeper feeling. A feeling more beautiful, more pure, more sacred. Dare I name it? Can it be love?